All right, thank you very much. We will call the meeting to order this morning at 8:59 a.m. Thank you everyone for joining us. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. Just looking down to our agenda, we do have 3 time commitments this morning. We have a 9 a.m. Delegation with the RCMP. Staff Sergeant Mike Numan is here. At 9:30, we have a delegation with MP Rachel Thomas. And then at 11 a.m., Lyle Adams with the Pitcher Butte Rural Crime Watch will be joining us. Councillor Zeenstra won't be joining us this morning. He is unfortunately under the weather, so he won't be here this morning. And with that, maybe before we jump into the formal part of the agenda, we have a couple of introductions to make, so maybe I will first throw to Maddie, if that's all right, and make our first introduction of the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. I'd just like to introduce you all to Kelsey Jansen. She's our new communications coordinator. Kelsey will be working with me on creating and implementing marketing communications plans and strategies going forward. She'll be responsible for providing graphic design services to all of our departments, as well as social media, website, and staff intranet management, and coordinating the county's participation in the annual parade season. She'll also provide backup support for my role and will be involved in emergency and disaster communications in the Emergency Coordination Center. Kelsey comes to the county from her previous role as LC Studio Coordinator at Lethbridge College. She has experience in graphic design, branding, user experience, and a host of other skills that I know will help propel our department forward. So we're very excited to have Kelsey as part of the team.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Maddie. Welcome to the team, Kelsey. Glad to have you. Thanks, Maddie. Thanks, Kelsey.
Thank you.
And it is an amazingly small world. I just will say, while Kelsey's still here, when I was at the office the other day, I said, "Oh, you have to meet the new communications person," and walked into the office, and as soon as we made eye contact, I was like, we rode the bus together as kids. So Lethbridge County, born and raised, so thanks, Kelsey. We have a second introduction that's not listed here, but I will throw to you, Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have appreciated going before Maddie because she would have done Justin more justice than me. I didn't prepare the same scope as that, but please welcome Justin Ellis, our specialist in process excellence. Justin, as many of you already know, Justin has a wealth of knowledge. He's working on his MBA, a background in finance, maintenance management, asset management, continuous improvement, and his black belt in Lean Six Sigma. So Justin will be working on a variety of different projects throughout our different operations and divisions, and we're really excited to have him on the team, and we have some, kind of throwing him right into the fire already. So just please welcome Justin, and if you have anything you want to say, Justin, or?
That was nice.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Cole. Welcome, Justin. I know just in a couple of conversations that Cole and I have had this week, I know he's obviously very excited to have you here. We're excited, and I think there's a lot of opportunity. So thanks, Justin. Awesome. Okay, we can move down then in our agenda. The adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Go ahead, Lauren.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering, in our in-camera discussions, could we have a bit of an update on the Lethbridge exhibition?
Yeah, maybe we could, I have a few items related to some legal updates as well, so maybe we could just add a CAO update with the FOIP sections, harmful to intergovernmental relations, as well as legal. Would we reference that, and then we can cover a couple items in that session.
Okay, anything else? Go ahead, John.
I'd like to move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Thanks, John. John has moved for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Any further discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item C, adoption of minutes. Before you have the County Council meeting minutes, February 15th, 2024. Are there any errors, omissions, any issues arising from the minutes? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the adoption of council meeting minutes of February 15th, 2024.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved for the adoption of the February 15th, 2024 County Council meeting minutes as presented. Any discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we can move down to our first delegation of the morning, or 9 a.m. As I mentioned earlier, we have the RCMP here to go over our Q3 community letter, Coaldale Provincial Community Report, and the provincial crime statistics. With that, good morning, Staff Sergeant Mike Numan. Thanks, Mike.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council and staff. I fit into here. This is on, is it? Candace, we're good? Green means I'm good? Yeah, hopefully. I might be leaving with your chair, but I make a motion to request armless chairs for my next presentation.
They do lift up, I think.
Do they? All right. Oh, hey, look at that. See? Now thank you. I must say that you let new employees off pretty easy. Usually we would make them give a whole biography and introduction, but you're having your employees do it. So that's very nice of you, but you're letting them off easy. So thank you. Oh, yeah. Well, when I bring my new sergeant, I will not be introducing him. He'll be introducing himself. So thank you for having me this morning. I just wanted to come and present on our Q3 stats for the period of October to December, and just talk about a few things that are going on with us in the policing world in all our communities that we serve. So what I'll do, I know Candace usually has, am I supposed to run this? You probably all have that in front of you, the report.
You just have to scroll down wherever
Okay.
you want to be.
Yeah, thank you. So the package, it comes with a cover letter, and I forwarded this to the county. I believe it was in January that I had forwarded it. So everybody hopefully has had a chance to review the package. I'm not going to go through it line by line. If there's any questions that you do have, as usual, please let me know. We'll just jump into the Coaldale Provincial Detachment quarter. It says Q4, but it's actually Q3 stats. I had a look through these. Pretty good numbers. There's nothing that's really jumping out. We are in the trend with the whole southern Alberta and all of Alberta. Thefts of property and motor vehicles are trending higher in 2023 than 2022, as you can see. So for in the county, we went from 14 in 2022 to 20 in 2023. That's thefts of motor vehicles. And then theft over $5,000 is anything that's taken that's obviously over $5,000 in value. That's gone up a bit as well. Those are usually, seems to be like oil field sites or where there's high price equipment, whether it's measuring equipment for oil field or wind or cables, and they do the damage to get that stuff. So that's the little uptick there. But again, the numbers are showing 700% change, but when you have small numbers to begin with, it's 5 different, but it's a 700% increase. So it doesn't look great on the stats, but the numbers are low. And there was a question there?
Yeah, we're dealing with that over 5,000. That's the cumulative effect of the things stolen, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. That piece of property or combined amount of property. So if tools are another big one, and tool sites we're seeing at construction, whether it's in the county or in our communities, where they go and take $20,000 worth of tools. That would be one count of theft over. Also seen a bit of an increase in our frauds, and that's kind of worldwide. Fraudsters are very smart, and they are savvy, and unfortunately people are not catching on to the technology, and they're getting scammed a little bit. So we saw a bit of an increase in that as well, from 9 to 12 in the last 2 years, but not too bad. We are doing a lot of education with our seniors in all our communities. in some of the seniors' homes, because that seems to be a very vulnerable population that gets targeted for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just on that fraud thing, but these are only the ones that are reported, right? Because there's probably a lot that people don't want to know that they got had.
That could potentially be for sure, or people think that it's not worth because it's a worldwide thing. So for us as a police organization, it's very tough to track, especially internet crimes. And I know the county was subject to a similar type incident. Those are international, so it's very tricky, and some people are embarrassed for sure. We always have store owners asking, why are you taking out gift cards, or trying to help the people out, but they honestly feel like the people they're talking to are genuine. So we're trying to get that education piece out there to prevent that. And only your bank will ask you to change information, and you should verify it with them in person, type of thing. But that seems to be the biggest thing for sure. That's not mine. On to page 2 here. All of these other categories and areas, nothing really jumped out at me, either trending down or staying the same. We did see an uptick at the bottom, suspicious persons, vehicle, property, and I think that's in correlation to our messaging through this whole southern Alberta is to report anything to the police that's happening, so we know what's going on. So if they see something that doesn't seem quite right, we're seeing an uptick in calls for that, and that's good. And then we're hopefully seeing, well, the Facebook warriors are still out there, but hopefully they're calling the police as well, and then we want to continue that message and be working with communications to get that message through for sure. Yeah, there should be like a 12-page, this one here? Yeah. Okay. Would they have all been, have a copy of that?
You can get a copy to them, but it would be in the agenda.
Okay, all right. So this is my, the provincial policing report that I had forwarded, and it's a fairly lengthy document that's prepared for us by our strategy and operations in Edmonton. It's an 11-page document, and it just goes through some of the things, the initiatives that we've done in the community. I can just highlight some of those things for you. If there's any questions that arise after, please feel free to reach out or have Cole reach out to me.
Candace is just going to email it to each of the counselors, so you can pull it up on your respective iPads. You'll just have to go to your email.
Okay. All right, it was just a PDF document, eh? It didn't, it's got a issue with it. All right, well, I'll just go through some of the things. As our three priorities for this past year were traffic, which is always a concern in all our communities, crime reduction, which is part and parcel of targeting our high-risk offenders and getting education out to the communities. And then we also are reaching out to our community partners, stakeholders, schools, that type of thing. So those are our 3 pillars that I can see continuing on this upcoming year as well. So for the months of October, November, December, we were very busy doing all of those initiatives. Some of the highlights that we attend our partners with Volker Stephen and talk about a pre-winter meeting and just what to expect from each organization. I believe Jeremy might have been part of that. I don't know if you had somebody from the county there. Volker Stephen? No, they always have a winter thing. It involves a lot of stakeholders. I was the first year I'd been invited to that, so that was interesting for sure, as they cover a big area. I know you county have your own maintenance. We do monthly intel sharing with our partners, all the police agencies and other associated agencies in our area to work on targeting criminals, because criminals don't have boundaries, they go wherever, and we have to work together to deal with that. We did a lot of involved our veterans, RCMP veterans, and was really appreciated. I think we did 5 communities or 5 events all at the same time, so we were managed to have at least one person in Red Surge there and some veterans that attended, so that was really good as well. Talk about, we attend the Lethbridge Hurricanes hockey team with our victim services and did the teddy bear toss, and I think we got 2 truckloads of teddy bears that we donated for Christmas presents and such for the victim services and other corporations in the area. Crime reduction initiatives that we did take part in. We have been to several communities in Colehurst, Coaldale, Picture Butte, and surrounding areas, and we had 75, those of you who remember the clubs, which were sold to deter auto theft or vehicle thefts, the old steering wheel clubs. Our crime reduction unit out of Calgary provided 75 of those, so we did some proactive events, and those were a really big success, and we targeted people that drove certain types of vehicles that were on the list of the most stolen. We'll try and continue to do that with our crime reduction team out of Calgary. Very involved in the Coaldale Scouts and Coaldale and area Scouts. Gave them a tour, and hopefully we convince some of those young people to be police officers, because we are definitely hiring if anybody's interested. I'll give you some updates as far. I know I've spoke about our victim services unit and how that provincially, the provincial government has decided they're going to change the way that program is rolled out. My understanding is they've divided the victim services regions into 4 regions that are exactly the same as our RCMP regions. So we'll have a south, east, a central, and a west region. My understanding is that they've hired a CAO or an executive director for each region that will run that particular region's victim services profile. And the reason they're doing this is we had, I think, over 50 victim services units in Alberta, and I think all of them were being run differently, offering different things depending on their capacity, etc. So the province wanted to streamline that and kind of have a consistent program throughout the province. So their target to be fully up and running is September of this year. As we stand now, we're still with the old system, and they're going to blend and hopefully hire most of those people to continue on with the new victim services program. So we'll keep you updated on that. I have a new sergeant who's starting March 18th. His name is Sean Dutch, and he's coming from High River. So I'm looking forward to having him join me. It's been a busy 4 months, missing Dave for sure. So I'm very looking forward to that, and I will bring him here and have him introduced to you folks when he arrives. We, as part of our commitment to be involved in the communities, one of the things we heard at our town halls was the absence of members in the schools. We're getting pulled in a lot of different directions, but I think that's one area that's fairly important. We aren't able to commit a whole bunch of time, and I don't have a dedicated police school resource officer. However, we have 19 schools in my detachment areas, which is a lot. So each one of us has grabbed a school, and we're going to make it a priority or contact at least twice a month, go meet the principal, work with them on their lockdown procedures, and just have kind of that rapport with them. And that's something that's been missing since I've arrived here. So I think that's the schools that we have visited, very, very receptive and very interested in that. So that's a good thing for sure. Other than that, human resource wise, we're like every other corporation and company and person trying to run a business. You know, we're doing pretty good with our numbers, but we still have the people that are on some sick leave or off on paternity leave, et cetera. So we're able to maintain our schedule and we're doing okay. And we work with staffing who tell us that there are more members getting hired and trained in the RCMP, so that's good because we are short all through the whole country like every other agency. So we'll continue to work with them as well. So if you know anybody that's interested in a great career, have them join in. I will be available for any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. Open up to council. Does council have any questions? Doesn't look like it, Mike. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and always appreciate the updates.
Thank you. Hope you have a good meeting and stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
You're too late now, you couldn't ask that question.
Cole, are you gonna speak to F2-1, the Shaughnessy one?
I can.
Is it okay if we shoot down there maybe instead of starting the subdivisions?
Sure.
Is that okay? Okay, thank you. So that with that, we'll move down in our agenda package, F2 Administration, F2.1, Shaughnessy Community Hall, requests for letter of support. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A request has come from the Shaughnessy Community Association with regards to applying for the Community Facility Enhancement Program Grant, or CFEP. The grant application is for installation and siding of the gym walls, or outside walls, including the west side wall. So currently, the building is made of cinder blocks, and they're looking to add insulation and some steel siding, or steel panels, pardon me, to the building. So the estimate for the repairs that they've received to date is between $47,000 and $81,000, and if they are successful in their application, it could fund up to 50% of the total project costs, which of course would help them significantly with funding that program. The organization, as council's aware, consists of 7 board members and has a list of 40+ volunteers that they call upon to assist with community functions and activities. They have raised funds through their treasure rooms, working casinos every 3rd year, annual fundraising, auction and dinner and hall rentals, and they have seniors playing pickleball every day in the gymnasium. The association, or the Shaughnessy Community Association, is the heart of the community, providing a safe place to hold events for the community. This request doesn't impact the counties in any way. It is a requirement of the grant itself that they are supported by the municipality that they're within. So therefore, it is the recommendation of administration that Lethbridge County provide a letter of support to the Shaughnessy Community Hall for their Community Facility Enhancement Program grant application for insulation and siding for the gym's outside walls.
Thank you very much, Jen. I'd open up to council for any questions, comments. Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really busy group that they got something going on just about every day there, and they have like proven to do a great job in everything that they tackle there, and if people are willing to do it, just like I said in the letter, they're willing to do a lot of work for it, and I think that it's going really well. So I'd like to move that Lethbridge County provide a letter of support to the Shaughnessy Community Hall for their Community Facility Enhancement Program. Grant that the application for installation of siding for the new gym's outside walls. That's it.
Thank you, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Klaus has moved that Lethbridge County provide a letter of support to the Shaughnessy Community Hall for their Community Facility Enhancement Program grant application for installation and siding for the gym's outside walls. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We could just keep moving down. We have 2 items of correspondence in front of us today. Under G, our first item, Alberta Municipal Affairs ICF engagement. I have a letter here from Minister Rick McIver of Municipal Affairs. To all chief elected officials, I am inviting your municipality to participate in the review of the Municipal Government Act requirements related to intermunicipal collaboration frameworks, ICFs. The scope of this engagement covers the following topics: required content of the ICFs, ICF agreement duration, cost calculations, mediation and arbitration, and enforcement. I encourage you to complete the survey and share your perspectives on these important matters. The survey is available online. Should take 15 to 20 minutes. The survey is available until April 12th, 2024. Ministry staff will also be seeking input from chief administrative officers through discussion sessions to supplement the survey and focus on practical implementation considerations. So given the fact that the ICF process was, I think, interesting to say the least, I think that's something that we would definitely want to participate in, and we will work on putting something together to complete that survey. Anything on that one? If not, yeah, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and in terms of us putting a united front together on that, then we're looking for administration to give us some direction on what we would like to see on that.
I guess I would defer to Cole. How would you like to handle that, Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it might be good. What maybe I'll start with is I'll go through the survey with the team. We can better understand what the questions are, what they're hoping to get. We can put some information together, and then depending on the scope and scale of what that information is, we can either send it out to council and put it in your hands so that you can then individually respond. If it's a little bit more robust or we need to contextualize anything, we can set up maybe just a bit of a working session, half an hour. We can run through some things, and then I think it would be better for each individual to respond at that point to make sure that your representation is factored in. But let's take it away. We'll get some information. We can bring it back to council.
Think Cole. Anything else? Thanks for the question, John. Our second piece of correspondence, we just have a letter from the Office of the Mayor, Town of Coaldale. On behalf of the Town of Coaldale, I'm writing to express our appreciation for Lethbridge County's generous commitment and financial support towards the success of the 2024 Southern Alberta Summer Games. Mayor Van Ryn goes on to outline the commitment, speaks a little bit to the Alberta Summer Games. It's a significant undertaking. Grateful for the confidence that you have placed in the Town of Coaldale to deliver an outstanding event. We look forward to celebrating the success of the games together and to further opportunities for collaboration in the future. So just thank you to our council for making that financial contribution amounting to $13,375 or 25% of the town's contribution to the Alberta Summer Games. Anything on that one? If not, I see that our 9:30 delegation is here. So with that, I would invite MP Thomas, if you'd like, if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Awesome.
Okay. Where would you like me?
You want to come up to the mic there? Yeah.
Come up there, okay. I don't know that I've ever had the privilege of meeting with you in your official council room. We often meet downstairs.
Well, we're very
So this
thankful
is a privilege.
for you for joining us today. Maybe just to start off, maybe I'll start over, do some quick introductions.
Sure.
Cole, you want to start?
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Cole Beck, the CAO.
John Curvis, Division 4.
Ross Vanderbeek, Division 6.
Troy Campbell, Division 2.
Eric Vanessa.
Lauren Hickey, Division 1.
Devin, do you want to staff as well?
I'm Devin Tilley, the Director of Development and Infrastructure.
Jeremy Wixon, Director of Operations.
I'm Jennifer Place, Director of Corporate Services.
I'm Hillary Jansen, the Manager of Planning and Development.
Awesome.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you very much. We appreciate you giving us a little bit of time today. We know that you're very much in demand, so the floor is yours. Please, however you'd like to proceed, go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you for giving me a bit of your time today. I really do appreciate that. I think one of the goals that I set for myself each year is to meet with the 7 different counties that are represented within my federal riding. And so it's an opportunity for me to connect with those, of course, who are elected. Oh, I'm sorry, I could do it. Thank you. Yes, happy to push that button. Anyways, sorry. So it's just an opportunity to connect. It's an opportunity to foster relationship, of course. I very much desire that. And then the other thing would just be to understand your priorities. Lastly, it would also be a chance for me as the federal representative to answer any questions that you might have with regards to Ottawa and the federal decisions that are being made there. And so what it does is this type of a meeting, I believe, not only helps to foster or deepen that relationship, but I think also just helps to equip me with an understanding of your priorities and how best to advocate for them in our nation's capital. And so really that's the point of today. And so I guess my question to council then would be, what are, those priorities, those concerns, or those questions that you might have for me as the federal representative for this area?
Appreciate it. And maybe if it's all right, do you mind if I start with a question then?
Absolutely.
So I think we're obviously anticipating getting ready for preparing for an election potentially at the federal level, and we're seeing some platform or sections of platforms being rolled out. And something that I've seen, and I think we've seen, is on both on the Liberal and the Conservative, we've seen the community building fund, which used to be the gas tax. We've seen that getting some traction. I think maybe I would defer to you on this. On the Conservative platform that we've seen is the potential or the appetite to tie infrastructure funding to housing development. And I guess my question would be then, how you see that impacting rural municipalities like ours. We see ourselves as being that anchor for industry, for that type of development. We see our population growth is relatively stagnant. It doesn't really change a whole bunch. It's not really necessarily a priority for us. We acknowledge the pressures around that, the need for housing development. I guess just my concern would be that if we see funding start to be diverted away from us and towards that more urban, I guess maybe just some thoughts or your comments on what you think of that, and obviously this being your riding, how that could potentially impact us.
Sure. Sure. I'll comment to the extent that I can. Obviously, there are some unknowns, but here's what I can say. I think any initiative that we would take, should Conservatives form government, would certainly want to account for both the fact that we are a rural and an urban nation. Obviously, our population density is found within urban. That's why it's urban. But we also recognize that that's not the end-all and the be-all. We recognize the incredible economic contribution that is made by those in the rural areas across our nation. And so that has to be honored and respected. We also recognize that there is a need for housing in those smaller centers as well. And maybe it's not quite to the same extent as in some of those larger urban places, but nevertheless, it still exists. And so my understanding of reading through the leader's plan is that we would want to make sure that we work with all jurisdictions to understand their specific needs. And I think that's the difference, is that instead of taking an approach that, just a blanket approach to the entire country, I think you have to hone in on specific regions and figure out what those needs are there. And that's very much the advice that we've been given by experts that we've invited to consult with us on this issue and help us put together policy. Certainly the advice is to take a regional approach and to understand the specific needs of different districts. And so that's what we'd be looking to do.
Thank you. I appreciate the response, and just wanted to bring it to your attention. It has been highlighted. I know FCM has spoken about it. Both the Liberals, where the Liberals are potentially going, where the Conservatives could potentially go, and I just thought it was something that is germane to us, because from that Canada Community Building Fund, we receive anywhere between $620,000 to $650,000 a year is kind of where we've been the last several years. And just acknowledging, I guess, that as a municipality, we don't receive a whole bunch from the federal government. That really is the one, steady eddy that we do receive. So it is helpful for, you know, in Devon's plans when we're doing infrastructure planning and stuff, and when Jen's building out the budget, it is something that we can rely on. So definitely would advocate to keep that funding at that level if there was an opportunity to see that go up, obviously, but it is something that we rely on and we would like to see continue. And,
Right.
and if there are ways that we can, you know, address, I think, some of those concerns, I think we've been having some conversations regionally, I know with our IDP meeting with the city, is we acknowledge the housing, you know, crisis that we're facing in a lot of places in this country, and how do we work together and how do we, you know, solve it. I think that the city has a lot to offer. I think our urbans have a lot to offer. We have challenges around that type of development, just in the fact that the value of our land is so high, and to service it, there's obviously some constraints. So for us to go out and try and you know, work towards solutions on affordable housing is a challenge for us as a rural. It's just we're so spread out. But we definitely want to have those conversations with our urban partners and see what we can do to make sure that we have housing solutions for people that want to work in the county.
For sure. No, that makes sense, for sure.
Thank you. I would open up to council. Any other comments, questions for the MP? Not all at once, guys. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we get a little bit of an update into the first quarter of Ottawa's workings, or if there was any working?
Yes, Eric, I would be delighted. Sure, yes. Sure, a quick update from Ottawa. So the Parliament took, I believe it was 6 weeks over Christmas where it does not sit, and so we get to return to our ridings and be engaged there. We returned at the end of January then, and so we've been there since then. Sure, I would say the vast majority of time spent in Ottawa has been spent unveiling scandals or digging deeper into existing ones. In particular, we have the Arrive Scam app, which was, of course, the application that the federal government created during COVID. The Prime Minister promised to spend $80,000 on it. It turns out it cost about $60 million. We have an Auditor General's report, which, of course, is a third-party, politically neutral report that was done on the application, and it was found that 76% of those that were contracted or subcontracted to do work on the app actually didn't do any, but they walked away with large paychecks. We know that there's one company, CG Strategies, that walked away with the lion's share of that money. We know that this is a two-person company operating out of a business, and we know out of a basement, and we know that they did no work on the application. They just simply laundered it out. But they walked away with $11 million. And we know that during the duration of this government, they've walked away with a total of $258 million. Again, this is a two-person company existing in a basement in Montreal. And they have no work to show for the money that they have gotten from this government, which I think raises some eyebrows and definitely has us very concerned as to what else might be in existence. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to get to the bottom of and really understand. Through that process, we have found that the procurement mechanisms or supposed mechanisms that are in place are clearly faulty. There's a lack of accountability, and essentially what the trail would lead us to believe, and the Auditor General confirms this in her report, is that ultimately favors for friends is how procurement has worked in this situation. The other thing that has our attention would be the Winnipeg lab. You'll recall that there were several scientists there who it was predicted that they were feeding information back directly to Beijing. We have since received documents as of about a week and a half ago that this is in fact the case, that we had essentially Chinese spies functioning in an incredibly high-tech lab working with viral pathogens here in Canada, in Winnipeg, and they were taking that information, they were feeding it directly back to the capital. This is a problem because it is an issue, of course, of national security. and our well-being as a nation. And so there are many questions around that, and we continue to try to get to the bottom of that. I think probably the biggest thing in addition to those would just be overall affordability would be the biggest thing that we hear about. Certainly as the Member of Parliament here in Lethbridge, it's the number one issue coming across my desk. People come into my office or write to my office, phone into my office, talking to me largely about the carbon tax that they're paying. Sometimes they bring their bills into my office or they'll email them to me with their carbon tax line underscored, and it's often higher than the actual consumption of natural gas. I'm sure that there are some of you that have witnessed this on your own bills. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. When we have people who are paying more in taxes than they are for the actual consumption of the good, that is not a country that can sustain itself. Those are not people who can sustain themselves. And when the government is planning to jack up the carbon tax by another 23% on April 1st, that's another problem. And we know, of course, that this is hitting every single resident across the area. But in addition to that, it's particularly hitting it's hitting farmers particularly hard because, of course, the costs that are associated with heating barns and that sort of thing. And then that cost gets passed on. And so I think we're rightly concerned about the cost of living for Canadians. On average, in 2023, we saw 2 million people use food banks across this country. In 2024, they're predicting that it will be 3 million people using food banks on a regular basis across this country. Again, this is not the Canada that we have become accustomed to or would know traditionally. People come here from all over the world seeking opportunity and knowing that it's the land of the free and a chance to further themselves. And unfortunately, we have many who are instead struggling. There's much more I could say, but perhaps I will leave it there for now. Maybe the last thing actually that I'll say, because I think this does directly impact, of course, the county. I would also, I guess, point to the fact that we have an environment minister right now, Mr. Guilbeault, who is he is an environmental activist in, I believe, the worst sense of the word. This is someone who stood up in the House of Commons last week and talked about how a person's body heat contributes to global warming and climate change. Like, what is insinuated in that then? Like essentially humans are the problem and the population should be eradicated. Like, that is how far-fetched this individual's thoughts go. And so I think that's really concerning, and we see that with his rollout of policy, and the fact that he is, doubling down on some pretty silly initiatives. So all that to say, I think overall, I hear disappointment and frustration from constituents with where things are at, whether it is the carbon tax or access to housing. Crime, of course, across this country is skyrocketing. I don't think a week goes by where we don't read a news story where someone was let out on bail and then committed murder. Like, it's a regular occurrence. In the city of Vancouver, you have the same 40 individuals that are responsible for 6,000 arrests per month. That's a problem. So you have this catch and release policy, this revolving door, and the police are exhausted, and the justice system just isn't doing the work that it's supposed to be doing. And a lot of that has to do with this government and their lax laws. And so I think that's also a huge concern for folks as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Council Hub, Uncle Claus, and then Lauren?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
I just wanted to ask about the pharmacare. So they made a deal last moment. They made a deal, and that was, I think, 29th of February.
Yeah.
So what does that all entail? Because it seems like some provinces are not on the same line, and they're gonna opt out of the deal that was made there. Can you give us a little bit of an explanation on that one there?
Yeah,
And
sure.
why?
To the best of my ability, I will. The details of the pharmacare plan haven't all been rolled out, so there is still a good portion of it where I'm still in the dark. But my understanding is, of course, the NDP and the Liberals have created a formal coalition, and it's contingent on a number of agreements, one of them being pharmacare. The NDP has insisted on this. And so essentially, when you talk about pharmacare in the most traditional sense, it's the coverage of pharmaceuticals for all people. That would then become the responsibility of, the federal government, or an allotment of cash from the federal government. The thing is that in Canada, the vast majority of people have coverage, either through a provincial program like Blue Cross or through private insurance company. And so very few are without access. In my estimation, then, the better way to go about it would have been a very targeted approach to figure out, okay, how do you get, proper care to that small percentage that doesn't have coverage? Instead, what the NDP wanted was a blanket approach. What this blanket approach does is it requires provinces to sign on. And again, I don't know the details, but I would think that part of the reason why, of course, provinces have to sign on is because they'll be assuming some of the cost of this program from the budget that is allocated to them for healthcare. And, it would also mean that provinces have to rethink the structuring of their own. So, for example, in Alberta, Blue Cross, what does Alberta do with that then? Do they just totally dismantle that program and then, in signing on with the federal program? And so there's a lot to think through there. And of course, there's added cost. And then, of course, there's also a ceding of sovereignty, I guess, of control of say. And traditionally, we are a confederation. We're a country made up of 13 provinces and 3 territories, and we respect provincial and territorial governance. When the federal government moves in with federal programs like this, it infringes on that authority of the province. So ultimately, at the end of the day, Alberta has indicated that they will not be signing on. Quebec has indicated the same, and other provinces are in the process of review. And so what does that mean if multiple provinces don't sign on? That's what I'm not entirely sure of. Yeah, that's yet to be understood. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a question about the immigration of people who are educated to be doctors coming into the country.
Yeah.
It seems like there's such a great deal of red tape after they get here to actually be able to practice.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them whose education standards are equivalent to Canada. Why is that so necessary, and is there a way around that, or does the federal government have any input on that?
Yeah, it's a good question, Lauren. Thank you. Sure. I think the government, yes, I believe all levels of government have a role to play, including right down to the College of Physicians. And so I do believe that the system can be a lot more streamlined. So one of the proposals that we have on the table, that is a part of our policy platform going forward is something that we're calling the Blue Seal program, which basically what we're looking to do then is streamline the process by which people's credentials are acknowledged. There's no reason why we can't have a standardized test where we're looking at people's knowledge, aptitude, and abilities, assessing those things, and then allowing them to enter into the labor market at whatever pace they are able to do. So if they're able to, check those boxes and pass, they meet the credentials that we need them to. If they're able to do that within 2 weeks, great. Let's get them going. Let's turn them out. Let's free them up. But right now we have a system that kind of keeps them in there for multiple months and sometimes beyond a year. Why? Right? It's hurting Canadians because then they're not able to access, in this case, a doctor. There's other professions as well that are impacted by a slow process or an overly burdensome process. And so all that to say, yes, more can be done, and we believe more should be done. We've devised a plan as to how we would go about that in order to better streamline.
Any other questions for Rachel? Quick question.
Thank you. I got one more, and that's partly the housing the housing crisis that we have. So now the federal government is putting a lot of money toward but quite a few millions of dollars toward the provinces, and now they want to regulate where that one's going to go and what they can do. We have our own one in the province here, our own coordinating what we do and where we do. So how can they get jurisdiction to be able to do that? That they going to dictate where the money the money is going to go to build the houses. That was it was just announced just last
Just
1
a
or
couple
2
days
days
ago.
ago. Yeah. So because I mean, if we're in charge of that ourselves, I mean, it'd be nice to work together but let the province do the work that they are supposed to do.
Yeah. Again, a great question, and I appreciate that, Klaus. Like, so the observation I would offer is this. Like, interestingly enough, like under the current government, we've observed this slippery slope of infringement upon the jurisdiction of provinces, is what I would argue. And so over time, we've seen how policy has become, more and more directive with regard to handing out funds and with the allocation. Traditionally, you're right. The federal government would take a chunk of cash that they're allocating towards housing in this scenario. It would be handed off to the province, and the province would work with municipalities to receive applications and determine priority. I believe that that's the way that it should work, because I believe that those that are local know best what the needs are. And so the more that you can hone in on that, the better. I think to Tori's point earlier, part of the problem is I would say very much the focus of the current government is urban-centric. And so I think in their minds, they're very focused on places like Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and wanting to target those areas and infuse funds there. And I think they're also wanting to maximize control in terms of being able to lay out the terms of expectation and what would be required to access those dollars. I think that needs to be reversed. I think provinces and territories need to be freed up to make those decisions at a local level. Yeah.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So this is a kind of a question on interbasin water transfer.
Okay.
And it is a kind of a federal quasi-jurisdiction.
Okay.
Has there been much discussion on transfer from interbasins to kind of alleviate some of the drought situations? Or do they talk about that, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's a good question. Lauren, I am not privy to those conversations if they are happening. I would say this, though. I did have a conversation. I was a part of a meeting with the provincial government, so I'm speaking a little bit out of term here. I was a part of a discussion with the provincial government around, an anticipated drought this spring, and what it looks like for that level of water management. And I can tell you that on that level, the provincial government seems to be quite active and engaged and on top of it. And they seem to be having some really good conversations from what I can tell. But again, I would have a limited understanding both at the federal level and at the provincial level beyond what I just shared. But, yeah. If there's, I will say this though, like if there is a specific question that you want me to come back to you with, I'm happy to go and do some research and loop back. Yeah. Can I ask a couple of questions?
Of course you can.
Yeah? Okay, I am curious. I guess I'm keen to see the county continue to flourish. I think we live in an incredible part of the country, and the world for that matter, and we have incredible resources, including land, water, and of course, brilliant people. I'm curious as to the county's priorities with regards to further development. And I guess development and diversification and just where the county wants to go.
For sure. Maybe I'll take a stab at that at a high level. I know we were thankful that I think just over a month ago you gave us a little bit of time for Cole and I to come down to your office. And I think our message to you then and I think now is similar in that I think, to your point, we see a ton of opportunity here. with our geographic location, with our access to irrigation, to water, to the plentiful hours of sunlight that we have amazing opportunity to grow a diverse host of crops here. I think we're seeing that the world is starting to realize we also have an opportunity to add value and process here.
100%.
With that, this might sound like we're, kind of beating this to death, but I think the water and wastewater is definitely still our challenge. And, as we see more interest in this region, will continue to be a bit of an Achilles heel. So we have been actively advocating for expansion with the city of Lethbridge with their water and wastewater treatment facility. Cole and I were we were fortunate to meet with the finance minister following his trip to Lethbridge earlier this week.
Awesome.
Had a few moments with him and discussed that, what that looks like, how we see that as being not only a win for the city and the county, but also for the region, as they are the majority supplier of potable water for the region. We're participating in a couple of what kind of grants are we participating in?
The ACP grants.
ACP grants, thanks, Cole.
Alberta Community Partnership.
With us, ourselves, the city, out to MD of Tabor, Town of Tabor, Coaldale, looking at trying to study what the needs are around water and wastewater. So we're excited to be, again, taking a regional approach to that. We want to take a data-driven approach to that and make sure that we're making decisions that are going to benefit the entirety of the region moving forward.
Okay.
As far as projects that are, of keen interest to us, obviously the expansion at McCain is, number one on that list. That includes a massive investment from ourselves and the town of Coaldale as well in some water water infrastructure. So that work is well underway on the planning side of things, and we're actually working away at that as we speak to make sure that we can deliver the water that they need to process those potatoes. So that's top of mind for us. And then I would open it up to council for any other things that are top of mind for council. Or Cole, for that matter. Cole, did you have anything you want to follow up on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe all I would add, and believe we had an opportunity to have a bit of this discussion, but we are an ag region. We recognize that, and we need to make decisions to leverage the amazing resources that we have in this region, some of which does come to diversification. So as much as we need to support our producers, we need to see significant expansion in that industry, which is contingent on the water and wastewater. That is our number one infrastructure barrier right now. We also know that things like an impeding drought, we've seen, I think we're at some of the lowest numbers of cattle reported in the province in 20 years, as my understanding. Don't quote me on the timeline, but in a very long time. A lot of our tax revenue that we utilize to support those transportation networks to get our producers' products to market, or to allow them to get their products to market, are contingent on that. And so we also do run the risk of having all of our eggs in one basket. So we have supported the provinces, or I would say, we supported the province's changes with the AUC regulation to help protect the investment in irrigated farmland. We want to see that continue to thrive in the region. We know that that's the right thing to do, but we also know that there's the tax revenue limitations, so we still need to find a meaningful way to ensure that we can provide the best level of service to our ag community and to our other industries, and we're working through a lot of those. I think there's a few different options, and to Reeve Campbell's point, we are exploring regional partnerships in economic development, because we don't have the same type of growth in our population, but because we're anchored to too many small urbans and urban centers, I think that it's more of a rising tides lift all boats. So what is their strategic direction? How does that play into our community? How do we leverage the efficiencies or the positioning that we have from a land and irrigation standpoint? And how do we minimize that downside for our producers, and as well for our metropolitan centers? How do we minimize that downside for them to not impact their population? So I know that's a very vague answer, but I think we're just working through what some of those industries are and what has the most synergies, but maybe some insulation to support that sector as well.
That's helpful. Thank you, Cole. I am curious, one of the things that was discussed, and I believe not even too long ago, there's a bit of an initiative in this direction, and that is solar. Sorry, I think there was a couple of solar farms that were looking at maybe establishing themselves within the county of Lethbridge. Is that going forward, or where is that at?
So we do have operational solar collection facilities in the county currently. Yes, they have that had applied earlier and have actually come online. We had a open house, and maybe Hillary, I would defer to you on the most recent, not an application yet, I don't believe, correct?
Yeah, I can speak to two projects that are in the county. So there's one that is to the north and east of the city of Lethbridge.
Right.
That one, just the hearing for that particular solar facility just ended at the end of February. So we're unsure as to the decision on the commission on that particular project. Given the removal of the ban on renewables, we're not sure how that's going to all fit into the criteria that the province has put out for renewable energy projects.
Okay.
And the second project is to the south and west of the city, and that one is just in their consultation phase. As Reeve Campbell explained, they have not submitted any applications to the province yet.
Okay.
In Lethbridge County, we do require that they do submit an application for rezoning for county council approval,
Right.
and then also they would have their development permitting process to go through. So, but those two are kind of no decisions have been made yet on them, essentially.
So have both of these, thank you, have both of these farms come to the county then for rezoning?
No, they have not. So typically what applicants will do is they go to the province first to get
Okay.
their approval, and then
Okay.
they come to the county, which is
Okay.
one of the hitches in the particular system for renewable energy that the province was looking at with their pause. So I think more details are
I see.
forthcoming from the province. Nothing's been put in writing yet. There was just a press release last week on that. So we'll probably be getting more information on, I think, an enhanced approach. The province is going to take a better approach in terms of how municipalities can have more say and more input into those renewable energy projects as a whole. So not just solar, but
Okay.
wind and other ones too.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. May I ask another question?
Of course.
Great. I'm also curious as to, I guess, the county's take on the Lethbridge Airport and where things are at. And I guess essentially if you have any insights as to, is the county being served by the airport the way that it is right now? If not, what is needed?
I'm going to defer to Cole on this one for starters. Cole, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you bet. And so this is something that we're just having preliminary conversations with the city of Lethbridge in our intermunicipal meetings. I would say that the short answer is no. The community as a whole is not served from the airport, and there are some major infrastructure limitations related to the types of planes that can go there. I know that everybody typically leans towards more passenger type air traffic. It is my understanding from our conversations that the volume of that is not necessarily sustainable alone, and so that significant investments would need to be made to allow for more transport, which then could leverage from an economy standpoint to provide a better level of service to what I would say is our individual constituents. So
Okay.
we are in conversations right now around what that urban fringe area needs to look like in the future. We don't have those answers. We are just doing some investigation. We're working through that with the city. What needs to be there, what would provide the best level of support to see that growth and those services expand. So we're just at the forefront of those conversations, but they have started.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. I am just curious. I think, again, I think our region is full of significant potential and opportunity, and certainly the airport has a very important role to play in all of that with regards to the advancement of commerce. Yes, the transportation of people matters, but also I think there's huge potential to develop the operation or the transfer of goods. So.
Yeah, and we are very strategically positioned from a rail road
For sure.
network
For sure.
to the south, to the west, to the east, and areas where there are limiting factors for certain types of goods. And so I think that an investment in the airport would make a significant impact in the types of industries and the level of growth that our current producers can make. And we recognize that, and it's something that we need to do. I mean, obviously, funding is every municipality and everybody's limiting factor. But from a federal standpoint, some of the changes with the ISIP grant, applications being more specific to climate change and not so much on some of the fringe type things that we could, or some of those investments that we could make, has made it more difficult to access some of those larger pools of funding, because as important as that is, it's sometimes hard to get investment dollars for that type of growth when we have such a critical water, wastewater example. It's hard to put that to the top of the list from a priority standpoint. So just finding that balanced approach to see how we can secure funding, what is a meaningful way for that to expand, and what some of those economic triggers might be.
100%. No, that makes sense for sure.
Rachel, if I may.
Yeah.
Lauren, I think you just had a comment there.
Thank you,
By all
Mr. Chair.
means.
Just to follow up a little bit on that, if the airport is to go ahead and have transportation or business develop out there for incoming freight and outgoing freight, the lack of Canada Customs in this area is a very big deterrent. I mean,
100%.
Lethbridge doesn't even have a Canada Customs office anymore. So
Yes.
that'd be ideal to get something in place there.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Obviously, water consumption, or water access, I should say, is top of mind for folks. We, of course, faced some shortage last year. This year, we're anticipating even more. I'm curious as to what the conversation on the ground is around that.
I think it's, that's a multifaceted question, because I think we have to acknowledge where we're at in the world with irrigation, obviously, the challenges that our irrigators are going to face this year, and how that
100%.
pertains to everyone, how that pertains to people that have animals on feed, to growing that feed, to raising those crops. I think there are some unique challenges there. I think we are well positioned where we are in our municipality to have the SMRID and Lethbridge Northern.
For sure.
I think they've been doing their level best to roll out communication plans, to communicate with their users where we're at, where we foresee ourselves being, some of the challenges. I think they've done a good job of sharing the message, relaying, forecasting, doing the best they can, that we are going to be in tough this year. There is going to be a challenge. So I think there's that part of the conversation. We still have time. The snowpack is still building. Hopefully we have an amazing March, and that helps alleviate the pressure. However, we have to acknowledge that the struggle is real, and there are some real challenges. I think then on the other side, when we talk about on that potable water and what that looks like, I think, again, I am thankful that the province, municipalities, I think have been out in front of this as well. I think there's been some good conversations happening. I think Cole, Lloyd across the street, I think they've had a number of conversations on what that looks like. We want to be a united front here in the region, make sure that we have similar messaging. How do we address conservation? What does that look like? What are steps that we can take to, again, acknowledging, those big license holders, the irrigators do have the lion's share, but what can we do at a or more micro level and make sure that we are doing the right thing? So I think we're having those conversations. I'm happy to say that there's a willingness and an openness from the province to be frank and to try and tackle that. I guess maybe that's my high-level take on that, Rachel. I would open it up to council if you had any, or Cole if you had any comments. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, just sort of to add on that, when we're talking about water shortages in the region, and the largest issue is with our irrigation, because they are, quite frankly, the largest consumers of that. And when we look at the GDP that comes out of the county in terms of the numbers that we've had at $3.8 billion, I mean, if we have a significant water shortage, that will significantly impact that GDP. So, and that has a ripple down effect throughout the entire economy of the region, because, you know, if the yields are not nearly as good because we can't put the water on it, then all of those revenues don't go into the equipment companies and the grocery stores and you know, the maintenance companies. So it is something that is, you know, of high focus of us and very critical to the region.
Okay. Okay. That's, yeah. I mean, obviously it's top of mind for many. And you're right, Tori, I think, you know, in some ways it's a little bit of wait and see, but at the same time, you have to be able to plan. And so anyways, it sounds like that's being looked after. Perhaps one more issue that I know came up during our last discussion, so about a year ago, I believe it was raised by council, the issue around RCMP, the cost of RCMP, but also, of course, rural crime being an ongoing issue. I don't know if there's an update that you could perhaps provide there with where things are at.
I don't know if I could, I'm well enough informed at this moment to speak to that financial piece. I know that it was, you know, if we rewind a little bit, municipalities were facing a huge hit just because of some of the changes in that contracting and what those contracts look like. I know some smaller municipalities like the town of Coaldale, I know they've had some issues with the contract they had and the escalating cost of that, and just the cost of providing policing, and that obviously is spurred conversations at the provincial level around policing and what that looks like in our province, and vis-a-vis the relationship with the RCMP. I know that we as a rural, we're fortunate in the relationship that we have with the RCMP. I think you just missed Staff Sergeant Numan. He was here this morning for our update.
Okay.
So we are fortunate. They ended up hubbing our two, the Coaldale and Pitcher Butte. They hubbed those two locations together, so that
Yes.
provided some increased coverage and some efficiencies for us. Obviously, still some challenges there, and yes, obviously, that rural crime is still very much top of mind. I know if it's not a member of council or someone we know in the community, it's happening far too often, continues to happen far too often. Our message continues to be, you know, report. Make sure your eyes are open, your ears are open, and you're willing to reach out and make the call that if you see something, say something, and make sure that we're sharing that message. We continue to do that, but absolutely acknowledge that it is real. It's happening, and it's happening at far too frequent a rate.
Okay. So are you saying, and sorry, I can talk to these two towns about it as well, I'll be meeting with them, but for Coaldale and for Picture Butte to kind of create a hub, then there's some cost savings with that
I
then?
believe efficiencies around
Okay.
administration was the main goal.
Okay. I'll learn more
Klaus,
about
did
that.
you have something you wanted to, sorry?
Yeah, I just had a little follow-up on that, on the drought, and
Yeah, please.
that we do have a committee in place, a provincial one,
Yes.
and that it's gonna be, we had a conference call yesterday, and just for example, Pinch Creek was in dire need of, because they were running dry there in the town of
Already.
Pinch Creek, and that's put on the emergency list, and they are gonna be working on that right away. And that was top of mind for everybody.
Okay.
And further comments were put in of what people thought and what kind of ideas they had to help them come out with something that could help us alleviate all these problems.
So Klaus, sorry, this is like a provincial committee that's been put together then?
Yes.
And from like,
From
sorry,
all areas of
like
the province,
who's
because
there?
it's not
From
only the south that-
municipalities?
Pardon me?
Sorry, like counselors from different municipalities or from
Different
irrigation
municipalities
districts or?
And people that are directly involved with that, like the irrigation districts or
Okay.
you know, things like that, or they are involved. And if I'm wrong on something like that, just correct me a minute on that one.
And so does the county of Lethbridge have someone at that table?
No, we do not.
Do you know how that's determined as to who is invited to sit at the table?
this, I don't know, they put a group together
Okay,
that are gonna be looking into this and are gonna come up with recommendations on what to do.
okay. I'll look into it more.
Yeah.
Thank you. My last question for you folks is, it's very important. It's your 60th anniversary. What are you doing to celebrate?
I'm going to, again, defer to staff. I know that we do have some things planned for later this summer, but Candace, would you like to comment on that?
Okay. 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 Do you know what that might look like? Or still preliminary? Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to.
Rachel, I want to respect your time. You gave us the time this morning. I sure appreciate it. I know I harped on the water and the wastewater, and that is something that we do acknowledge as one of the challenges, but I mean, I think we have a lot of opportunity here too. I think Claus touched on it, John touched on it as well, as around that GDP and what's happening in this region. Our producers continue to get better and better. Like it's amazing through the science, through the genetics, through the equipment, through everything they're doing. It is remarkable what we've seen from cattle, dairy, chickens, beef, through corn, through everything that we see, like the genetics on the crops, sugar beets, potatoes. We've just seen the yields go up. We've seen the gains go up. Everything just continues to trend in that direction. It's been really encouraging. But then we have to acknowledge too that also presents unique challenges to us. When you have what used to be a sugar beet crop that was averaging in the 20-ton range, and now we're seeing crops over 40 tons. Yeah. Take that for most crops across the board. It puts an increased strain on our infrastructure that, we obviously have limitations in what we can do is from a collection side of things, and it presents a challenge. At the end of the day, we need to provide services. We need to maintain, improve, build infrastructure that can support our producers. So that's our number one, challenge. It's also our number one opportunity. We need to make sure that our producers can raise those crops, raise those animals, get them to market, and contribute to that GDP that helps nationally. So, I think we're very unique where we are here in Southern Alberta, our little sliver of the province. The production that we see is off the charts compared to other places in Canada, in North America. So it's just us trying to leverage ourselves. We have a great team here. Everybody at that table to your right there is working hard on ways that we can improve, maintain, build out our infrastructure, be fiscally responsible, and plan to make sure that we're making the best decisions we can today that help for tomorrow. So very encouraging. I think there's a lot of great things happening. We do have challenges, obviously, the water one, top of mind. But yeah, just want to thank you for your time today and really appreciative that you're able to be so generous with it.
Well, no, and I'll return that note to council. Thank you. Thank you for your time, for giving me the opportunity to come and spend the morning with you. And thank you for the questions that you asked. I think they were really pertinent questions. And then also just thank you for the reflections that you were able to offer to my questions as well. And thank you to the administrative team also for being able to answer those questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And maybe just on that, you did have the question around rural crime.
Yes.
Lyle Adams is actually right behind you there. Lyle's here to speak to us on Crime Watch, I believe. So if you want to connect with him before you leave.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Appreciate it. And
would there be any chance, I know you guys need to continue with your meeting and I want to respect that. Could we just take 1 minute and snap a quick photo together with council?
We'll probably take a 10-minute break here, so that's perfect. If you're done, we're good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
With that, why don't we take a 10-minute recess and we'll get going again at 10:30. Thank you very much. Call our meeting back to order at 10:30 a.m. this morning. We can move on to our third delegation. We have Lyle Adams with the Pitcher Butte Rural Crime Watch. Lyle, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, Council, thanks for your time. You know, you were probably hoping for a more exhilarating report than what I'm going to give you, but it is a little bit disappointing for me. For those of you that were on council about 3 years ago, I was here as president of Pitcher Butte Rural Crime Watch, looking for some funding to keep our program afloat, so to speak. Over the last couple of years, we have had little to no uptake from community as far as new memberships, sharing information with us. If something happens on their farm, they would rather put it on Facebook because I guess they get a quicker response than sharing it through our platform. So it was a difficult decision for myself and the board members, but we have decided to dissolve our association. And I just thought it was fitting to come here today. And I wanted to just personally thank you guys for your contribution for the last couple of years and to return this year's contribution. It is sad as living in a rural community all of my life and knowing that the struggles that we do have with crime. Yeah, you know, we exhausted all of our efforts, but just could not get no uptake from community to support us. So that's why we're in the situation that we are today. Klaus?
Yeah, so Lyle, how is it in the rest of the province? Did you guys get any information from them or how they're doing?
You know, we did share some information with some other associations in the province. Now, I don't know, what I can tell is those memberships have a lot more donations from oil companies and stuff like that help them keep going. And I do believe that some of those associations were a lot older than ours, and there was probably old money in those associations that do help them keep them afloat. But yeah, you know, like I said, we did our best to try to get new memberships. You know, we were present at the Farmers Bonspiel, you know, just no uptake from people. You know, we thought maybe our memberships were too high, but then we thought, well, man, if we go any lower, we might as well not even bother collecting them, right? So.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks. So Lyle, when you're talking about the uptake, are you talking about paid membership or volunteers or both?
Paid membership.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, and to your, if you're wondering where our expenses were coming from, is we had our membership dues to Alberta Crime Watch, which was paid every year, and then we had our biggest cost was our platform for getting information out to our members. You know, we tried everything. I mean, everyone knows just to get a cheap flip phone and some sort of text messaging plan. We just did not have the revenue to keep it going, and we did not want to be. I felt as president at that time, I did not want to be in that position where every year we were either coming back to yourselves or always asking for donations to try to keep the association alive. I truly believe that in a small community, if people think that something is worthwhile having, then people will support it, but we just could not get there.
Well, yeah, obviously wish that you had different news, Lyle.
Yeah.
You know, want to thank you and the members that you were able to pull together for the work that you did. I think it was a vital service. I think that it's something that we obviously talk about every time Staff Sergeant Numan's in here. We talk about it all the time. It's real, the challenge that we face with rural crime, and I think that, you know, hearkening back to days when I was a kid, I remember when, you know, groups of people got together and they had their Rural Crime Watch meetings, and everyone was, you know, there was some buy-in, and it's just unfortunate. Like, to your point, I think social media plays a big part in it, and
100%.
But it's just, you know, we've moved in a different direction, and it's unfortunate in a lot of ways. But yeah, thank you for what you have done and the contributions, and I guess maybe just anecdotally, as a resident, what would your comments around rural crime be? Is it still what it was? Are we making headway? What are your thoughts, just in your position?
You know, Rachel asked me that same question before she left. you know, and Eric and Claus and I live in close in the same area. Is there activity? Yeah, there is activity. But you know, I still believe that people need to do the things that they need to do to mitigate things in their own operations. I talk to lots of people. Well, I just leave my keys in my truck. Well, you probably shouldn't leave your keys in your truck. You know, and it's those types of things. You know, we installed cameras at our feedlot. You know, in the 5 years that we've had them, I've had one instance where someone broke a lock and stole some fuel. So I feel myself very fortunate that if that's the worst that happens, I'm probably okay with that, right? But I do truly believe that, you know, farmers keeping things out of sight, out of mind, keeping them in them sheds, keeping them locked, I think does deter a lot of people from coming onto your property.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else from council? Go ahead, John.
I would just like to thank you and reiterate what Tori had said. You know, thank you for your efforts and appreciate your comments. And yeah, it is unfortunate that that's the road that you guys have chosen to take. But you know, commend you for stepping up and making the effort. So
Yeah, well, thank you for that. One comment that I will make in regarding to the RCMP, I don't want to say that we see their physical presence. But, you know, we've had an instance at our place, when you do need them, they do respond. So I do appreciate that. You know, even though they're not making trips up and down the road on a regular basis, is that if something does happen, they are there for us. And I appreciate that fact as well, because, I mean, I know they have a large area to cover.
Quick loss.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment on that. When we have the meetings with the RCMP, they do always emphasize people, come on, call the police when there is something. He said, but there's so many people that don't want to take the effort because they say, well, nothing's probably going to happen anyway, and things like that. So, yeah, and well, thank you very much for all you've done anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Lyle, thanks to you and your committee. It's a tough job, and it's kind of unfortunate in our society today that we rely more on Facebook and social media than we do of actually reporting crime and helping your neighbor out. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. No, like I said, thank you for your time and thank you for your past contributions.
Thanks for coming in.
Okay, take care. Ooh. Okay. Okay, thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you. Hillary, you ready? We move in our agenda E, subdivision applications. We have 4 subdivision applications today. We'll start at number 1, subdivision application 2024-0-008. Coles, Hillary, Steve, the floor is yours whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned, we have 4 subdivision applications to review today. And we'll start off with application 2024-0-008. This is a realignment of 2 titles, being the agricultural land in the southeast 32,920 west of the 4th, and the acreage that you see on the screen there. They are requesting to reduce the size of the acreage from 3 acres, which it currently stands today, to 2 acres. They wish to, and I'll just zoom in, and you probably saw from your package, they wish to take off where the grain bins are and that piece of land there, and return it to the agricultural land, and then just have the yard stay mostly to where it's contained with the tree and shelter belt area, as you see on the image. With that, I'll turn it over to Steve for the planning comments and the recommendation.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, so this application in front of you described, there is a existing title and yard there that just involves reconfiguring it and reducing it in size. The largest portion is excluding the northern portion there, north of the trees. There's some grain bins in there and an irrigation riser, and they want to return that portion of land to the agricultural title, so it remains with that. The reconfiguration also involves a very small 0.15 acre strip along the south side as well, just along the south boundary where they'll bump that down a bit. just to help provide a more adequate property line setback to a barn there that's on the south side. My understanding that they're doing this reconfiguration for a family member for the yard title. In looking at the reduction, the dwelling septic field is situated northwest of the house, and it'll still be within the confines of the subdivided yard title, so it won't be outside or any encroachment with their property line adjustment. The 2-acre parcel size does conform with the bylaw for the minimum parcel size criteria. So with that, with part of the referral on this application, there was no concerns or objections received on it. The parcel size resulting in the reduction from the 3 to 2 acres conforms with the bylaw. So on that basis, and the existing yards, the servicing that, and the approach will be unaffected, have recommended approval to you. And that would just be with the 3 basics subdivision conditions, that the taxes paid up to date, development agreements entered into if required, and the third one being the most important is that they just submit a final plan of survey that shows that reconfiguration, and the land on the north end there has to be consolidated over to the agricultural title by plan of survey to adjust for that acreage and the new property boundaries. And with those 3 conditions, I've recommended an approval to you.
Thank you, Steve. I'll open up to council for any questions. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on, I guess, the condition of a development agreement being entered into. To what purpose is that development permit if we're just shrinking a property?
Through to the chair, to Councillor Van Essen, we include this as a condition on all of our subdivision applications, just to ensure that we've covered off anything like approaches that they have, that the agricultural land and the country residential parcel both have approaches. That's the main reason on these ones that we would include it on there. It's a review. It's typically just a review with the applicant after it's been approved, and it can be waived if required.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just further to that, you'll always see you in the subdivisions and bring the, to you, we'll always have that condition on there, like the taxes. The taxes is a MGA requirement, but the development agreement, that always allows us for kind of at the back end a double check of everything, and just to make sure. In the past, sometimes we've had municipalities after subdivisions approved and said, oh, we noticed this or forgot this, can you add on the condition of a development agreement? And it's like, no, we can't, because once you rendered a decision, it's done. We can't go back afterwards and add it. So it just adds that double check at the end, and if nothing's needed, then Hillary just sends a letter that says county satisfied, and we don't need that condition, whatever, and it satisfies it, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll move that subdivision application number 2024-0-008 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Sorry, Lauren, did you have something?
No, I was just going to ask a question now, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was just looking at the size of the original title. How come it's such a small piece? Like, I don't see where it's kind of, like, it's not a full quarter.
It's, if you look on the image here, Councillor Hickey, the irrigation canal is bisecting it, so that's why it's a slightly smaller title.
So actually, where it says southeast is 32, should be the same as the northeast?
The southeast is bisected by the canal.
But, so was that piece originally part of that quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just see it's listed as the southeast now, so that's been amalgamated then. Is that correct?
Yeah, to the northeast below, yeah.
Okay.
So the line is the canal then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Claus has moved their recommendation that subdivision 2024-0-008 be be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Steve. Item number 2 under subdivision applications, application 2024-0-007, Slingerland, Stoutjesdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is our second subdivision for this morning, and it is another lot line reconfiguration between 2 acreage titles that are obviously a cutoff from the canal. The applicants are asking that the smaller title be increased to 2.55 acres from 2.25, and that the larger one be reduced in size from 3.13 to 2.38. This subdivision application does meet all the county's subdivision criteria for a lot line readjustment. With that, I'll turn it over to Steve for the comments and the recommendation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this application in front of you, as well as a reconfiguration of adjusting a property line, not creating a new or additional standalone title. So these 2 adjacent properties, 2 different landowners with the shared property boundary between them. The proposal is to move that line 9.7 meters, approximately 31 feet, to the south of its current location. The 2 landowners made an agreement between them to undertake this land swap, largely for the purpose that the landowner to the north desires to enlarge their title, have a little bit more area there to do possibly a future larger garage or shop building. Both lots, as you can see, have buildings, some improvements on them with dwellings, barn sheds, dugouts, garage. Where they are, as you can see in the photo there, are going to relocate the property line. It will cut through a portion of an existing garage on the south lot. This is an older garage, and it is going to be removed, so there will be no resulting encroachment through the property line once that's removed off the parcel. With both lots, both their existing water and sewer situation will not be affected. Where each septic system is won't be impacted by the moving of that 31 feet of the property line. Both lots there do take their access from the East Municipal Road. So in reviewing this application, there were no objections or concerns received on it. The as similar to their previous one, the conditions on this would be to pay any taxes, the development agreement again. The third condition deals with the plan of survey being registered to adjust that property line and create the new titles based on that boundary. And then the fifth, which is an important condition on this one, is that the applicant will be required to remove that or relocate that existing garage that south property line will be cutting through, so there'll be no resulting physical building encroachments over the newly adjusted property line. So they'd have to provide confirmation of the removal to the satisfaction of the county here prior to us signing off and endorsing the subdivision for registration. That has to be done ahead of time. So with those 5 conditions on your draft resolution in front of you, recommended approval to you.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions from council? Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation that subdivision application 2024-0-007 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Recommendation being that subdivision application 2024-0-007 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. There's no further questions. I'll call a question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Moving down, M3, subdivision application 2024-0-010, Johnson. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This next subdivision application is for a first parcel out of a quarter section. We seem to be dealing a lot with irrigation canals today. This larger quarter section being the Southeast 2011, 21 west of the 4th also includes is bisected by the irrigation canal. The parcel that they wish to take, or the yard they wish to take out, is on the north side of the canal, and they wish to take out a 2.51 acre parcel from that area. And Steve will go through the rest of the planning comments and the recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Chair, so this application is for the first subdivision of the quarter section for the yard there at 2.51 acres in size. It's my understanding that they're looking to subdivide the owner for his a daughter and son-in-law. This yard, there's 2 dwellings located on it. So there's one on kind of the northern portion that remain with the agricultural land. And then there's a second dwelling and some farm buildings located on that south side there of what they're subdividing. As part of this subdivision, the proposal is to leave a 3 to 4 meter strip of land between the south lot boundary of the smaller yard being there subdivided there, the 2.51 acres, between that and the canal. It's kind of hard to see in there, but initially had a bit of a concern with this, of why somebody would leave a small strip of land in between there and just not square it off to the canal line to keep it clean. The landowner, the applicant, has a reason for that, and their reasoning is that they do have their quarter section here split by the canal is a title in 2 parts, so they do own the land on the south side of the canal, and they move their cattle between the north side of the canal and the south side of the canal, and that strip is where they move the cattle between. As you go north on the road there and past the yard, there's a bit of a hill there on that road, and the landowner has indicated it's much safer for him to move his cattle at that point there and go around the canal to the other piece than at the north end of the yard at the other quarter section line and where the hill is and where traffic goes, type of a thing. So he preferred to have that left out in order so he can use that as his access for the cattle to move. One of the other aspects with this application is that the 2 houses had a shared cistern between them. In the subdivision, each subdivision yard has to have its own water and sewer source, be self-sufficient. So the applicants have purchased and they are installing a new cistern for the south house, so that it will have its own water source and not be dependent on the other yard, and have to rely on a water line easement in order to provide between the 2, so it will be self-sustaining. The sewage is treated by individual on-site private septic systems that won't be affected by the subdivision. So, and each has the access there on the east side to the municipal road. So with this application, as first parcel out, there's no abandoned gas wells in the area or CFOs where the MDS would be compromised. As part of the referral, ATCO Gas did ask for an easement for themselves to be established. So with that, as a first subdivision out of the core section, if you're satisfied with their proposal, I have recommended approval to you, and that would be based on taxes paid up to the date development agreement, final plan of survey for the yard there coming out based on your approval. The fourth is just to provide some confirmation that the new water cistern is installed and entirely within the confines of the lot being subdivided. And then the fifth would be the easement for ATCO Gas. So based on the parcel size meeting the bylaw, the servicing, and the parcel size, I have recommended approval to you as a first parcel out subdivision.
Hey, Steve. Any questions, discussion from council? Mark and then John.
I'd just like to move the recommendation, or make the motion that the subdivision application number 2024-0-010 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Mark. John, do you have a question, or were you going to? Stole my thunder. Sounds good. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This ATCO gas easement, did the landowner have any concerns about granting an easement? And is there an existing line currently going? Oh, I do see the line now. But did the landowner have any concerns about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the ATCO gas easement indicated that they had existing lines in the area that weren't protected. When the request for the easement came in, it was forwarded to the landowner, so they were aware of it, to see if they had any concerns, and they didn't come back that they had any objections, or either that or they were dealt with ATCO directly, but they didn't indicate that it was a concern or hardship to them once they were provided the information, so.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mark has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2024-0-010 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Our fourth and final subdivision for today, subdivision application 2024-0-17. Steperski?
Yeah, I think so.
I'd go with that.
Hillary?
Steperski, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our last subdivision application today, and unfortunately, the ortho image is very underwhelming, but there is a house located in the area where the subdivision is being proposed, as noted on the application. The applicant wishes to subdivide out a 6.17 acre parcel. This would be the first parcel out of this particular quarter section. It is an intact quarter section for country residential use. This particular application does meet all the county's subdivision criteria for a first parcel out of a quarter. And I will just pull up the better photo, just showing where that actual line is proposed. So you can see it's in the southwest portion of the parcel. That is where they have constructed their residence, as noted on the real property report. And with that, I will pass the rest of the planning comments and recommendation to Steve.
Yeah, this last application dealing with this morning is to separate residential acreage yards from the agricultural land, the title for the quarter section. It's a recently established yard that they located at the very southwest there. Just in 2023 there, late last year, they applied to get it to construct a dwelling there. In that very southwest corner is set back. I guess the reason they chose that was for two reasons. One is there's actually an irrigation pivot on the land, and it's outside that area. And there's also at the top of a bit of a gradual coulee there, west of the Little Bow, so they have a little bit better viewscape there towards the west. So they established that yard there in that very southwest corner. So part of that, because they are so far back in the corner there off the road, the application does involve with the 6.17 acre yard. It's comprised of almost 2 acres of a land area for the access road, which is 580 meters in length and 50 meters wide, that goes out to the east there, which actually touches provincial highway. So the proposal does include that area so that it can physically connect to the roadway. As part of this application, there are no confined feeding operations located in proximity. The quarter section does contain a gas well, abandoned gas well, but it's more to the north and east a little bit. It's well away from the yard area, and it meets all the distances required to be set back, so that's not an issue with the application. One of the other things about this application is just due to the area there and being by close to the Little Bow and that sort of a thing, this area was identified by the province as being flagged as potential contaminated historic resource, category 5, which is archaeological and paleontological identification. Alberta Culture did respond as part of the referral here, and they have no concerns and won't require them to apply for historical resources with part of the subdivision application, so they got clearance for that. The other kind of, I guess, unique aspect of this one too is just by the location there at the very north end of the county. It is both within the intermunicipal development plan area of Vulcan County and also the MD of Tabor, so we had to refer it to both of them. It does conform to the policies of both those plans under your agricultural policies and the types of subdivisions are allowed. MD of Tabor responded and they had no concerns with the proposal. Vulcan County did not provide a response to the circulation. So with this application as well, of the utility companies, Fortis did request an easement be provided. As well, similar to the last one, that information was forwarded on to the applicants with that, and they didn't indicate that they have any concerns with that. So on that basis, with this being also a first subdivision from the quarter section, the parcel sizes being within the range of the bylaw criteria of what's acceptable, and with them providing the direct road access. I should also mention that Alberta Transportation had no concerns or objections to it, and they authorized you to approve it with the access touching the highway. I have recommended approval to you, and that be on the conditions of the taxes paid up to date, the development agreement, the final plan of survey be provided, and that the easement for Fortis Alberta be established.
Thanks, Steve. Open it up to council. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I realize that it's the same landowner for both now, but what do you do about the pivot encroachment on the roadway if he was to sell that? Is that something you would deal with later on, or how do you?
Thank you.
If the diagram is accurate, that is.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hickey, through the chair. With regards to that, it would be on private to private property, so the county would not be involved with that particular encroachment. That would be between the two landowners, if there is such encroachment as shown on the RPR.
I would also think, like what you see there on the circle is what the surveyor captured the way it is there now, and as they extended the end gun. I would think that the owner themselves is going to have to adjust that, because I don't think he'd be watering his driveway all the time and when that's running, because that's the way he gets in and out of the yard. So that may change in the future, anyways, just from what it is, and that's because that's where he's doing his own driveway there for the house and yard that he's putting in. So, but there would be an arrangement between the two of them if one's to sell, because there'd be two different property owners. So, if that happened.
Any other questions? John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that subdivision application 2024-0-017 be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? John has moved the recommendation the subdivision application 2024-0-017 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
And we have one more planning-related item. We can move down department reports F1, development and infrastructure, F1.1, Bylaw 24-007, Lethbridge County Land Use Bylaw, first reading. Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my great pleasure to bring forward this particular bylaw, being the Land Use Bylaw, Bylaw 24-007. As council is aware, we've been working on this particular land use bylaw review and amendment for the last approximately 12 months. And we have come to the conclusion of our consultation with both County Council and our public consultation and the affected adjacent municipalities, and have bringing forward today the draft land use bylaw. It is, as you note, a very extensive document that we had to review. Steve Hardy from the Oldman River Regional Services Commission and myself being the primary authors of the edits in that particular document. And then Steve Hardy and the team there at ORSC did the formatting, gratefully did the formatting on county's behalf. So with regards to the actual land use bylaw itself, the original land use bylaw that this is going to ultimately replace if county approves it was bylaw 1404, which was approved by County Council in 2013. So it was coming up to the 10-year mark when we started our review. It is typical practice in the planning profession to do a regular review of bylaws, statutory plans, just to ensure that they are up to date, meeting all provincial, federal requirements, also meeting county's strategic goals and objectives, and also if there's things that come up over the years with regards to public input, that they're also included and considered in this particular document. We did have 3 workshops with County Council to review the land use bylaw and determine areas that were required for updates. We did a public consultation process at various stages of the review. Public consultation was mainly done through the county's public consultation platform, which is called What's Happening Lethbridge County. And the county also utilized the local Sunny South newspaper, which the county pays to send to every landowner within the county. So they've received notice of the consultation. We also used our social media sites, the county website, and also we did, for this one, we did radio news spots. You may have heard it on the various local stations with that. Much thanks to Maddie with regards to helping with the communication side and making sure that those items all ran smoothly. With regards to also that public consultation side, county administration wrote 5 articles that described the proposed changes and provided an opportunity for the public to provide comment and feedback. County administration did send out a preliminary circulation of the draft bylaw to all the urban municipalities that are within the boundaries of Lethbridge County, as we were proposing to merge the urban fringe districts together. We did receive feedback on the proposed changes, and we did receive feedback that was reviewed by County Council at our last workshop. The final draft of the land use bylaw was posted on the county's website and sent to all the adjacent municipalities, including the rural municipalities and external agencies for review. So we sent it to the irrigation districts, Alberta Transportation, the school districts also get a copy of this as per the requirements. We did get some requests for additional changes from the adjacent municipalities, and we did include those in our draft bylaw that is included in this report. The changes were from, some of the changes requested were from the village of Barons, the town of Nobleford, and the city of Lethbridge. Below, I have included a lot of highlights, and with council's discretion, I will not review every single one of those changes. I might just have my own highlights of the highlights, just to expedite it. I'm sure that council has heard enough about the land use bylaw and has reviewed this report, so that if you do have any questions, I can obviously answer them. I split them into the different aspects, kind of how I did the articles. So we did changes with regards to clarifying existing guidelines and streamlining the development process to allow more time for permit holders to complete the process. We find over the last few years, especially since 2020, that things are just taking longer to complete. We have larger builds. Supply chain issues are still relevant today, and so we've extended the time frame for development permits from 12 to 24 months. We've allowed for large-scale industrial and commercial operations to, and this would include renewable energy projects, to have up to 48 months to complete their projects. This isn't unreasonable, really. There's lots of things that can put a project a bit behind schedule, and then we don't want them coming back every 12 months to reapply for a permit that we know that we will issue. And we've added a few extra processes in that first section just to ensure that there's some clarity around process. With regards to the land use changes, as mentioned earlier, we did look into and have recommended that the Lethbridge Urban Fringe and the Rural Urban Fringe districts be amalgamated into one urban fringe district. Specific land uses were noted to be prohibited in urban fringe areas. So, this is to minimize conflicts between non-compatible uses. We did remove the Hamlet Manufactured Home District and put some of those criteria just into our Hamlet residential districts, just to ensure that we're streamlining that process a little bit. Interestingly enough, a lot of urbans are going towards a model where you only have one residential district with multiple types of housing opportunities, so multi-unit, single-family, duplex. I'm proud to say that the county's always had this particular perspective when it comes to our hamlets, so we're carrying on with that bold tradition. We have removed the heavy industrial district, which we've combined some of the uses into our general industrial district. That heavy industrial district was brought forward in 2013 and it was never used. It was just something that didn't seem necessary any further, and we can address if there are some concerns with particular uses, we can address those through the development permitting process. A couple other highlights from the changes that we've made. In the Hamlet residential, we've added some short-term rental requirements just because that is an up-and-coming issue, and it's more of a management of relationships between neighbors that this can help with. So we're hoping that that will be helpful for people wanting to do short-term rentals. And we updated the Hamlet Transitional Agricultural District. It hadn't been changed since 1982, so we figured it needed a little bit of an update. So we've made it more to match our current land use bylaw terminology. With regards to the next section, so changes to standards of development, we've included, and that's mostly in after the land use districts, we have what we call Part 5, which looks at these standards of developments. One of the major things that when we talked about this with County Council was home occupations and allowing for broader opportunities for larger home-based businesses. And so with that, we have done some changes to that particular home occupation criteria, increasing the number of non-resident employees that are allowed on a parcel, and then some more opportunities for the smaller businesses also in terms of client visits and on-site storage. We did some changes to signage just to allow for development permits to be more streamlined instead of having to always apply for a waiver. With alternative renewable energies, we added some more language with regards to solar collectors to be a little bit more concise in our language. When I did have the hearing for the last Alberta Utilities Commission hearing for the solar project, I did mention this, that we were looking at enhancing our language, and they were very keen on hearing what those changes may be. So I think it was well received that the counties, not only Lethbridge County, but probably other counties, are looking at these types of changes. Lastly, we did some changes with regards to the telecommunication siting protocol just to match the federal requirements that are out there today. For subdivisions, we just made some clarification with regards to subdivision of yards that were in on the same quarter section as a confined feeding operation, just allowing more flexibility to those particular landowners, as there would be no detriment to a future homeowner if it met the minimum distance separation. We did a little bit of an overhaul of some of the sections just to make it a little bit more streamlined in terms of the sections that were included in there, with a new section being non-residential uses added. For the land use mapping, we updated the mapping to show the amalgamated rural urban fringe and Lethbridge urban fringe into that new land use district. added some changes that had not yet been reflected from the intermunicipal development plans into our plan, into the mapping, including the town of Coaldale and the Barrens IDP areas. And we updated the mapping to rezone lands currently within that Hamlet Manufactured Home District to just be Hamlet Residential, which was specific to the Hamlet of Monarch. And then as we did our review, we did some minor word changing to reflect, update the relevant agency names, which will probably change next year again, but we try to keep them up to date as much as possible. And then just some, minor wording amendments where there was maybe a little bit of confusion on the intent, but no, not any substantial changes in that regard. So with that, that's a very brief overview of the year-long process that Steve Hardy and I undertook with regards to the land use bylaw and county council coming along for that particular ride. We do appreciate the time and effort that council put into attending and providing commentary on those changes that were presented. We did not have a lot of public feedback on the particular bylaw. We did get a lot of views on our website, which I think is great to see that, we may not have tangibly had a comment, but we saw that there is actually quite a bit of activity on the website. People clicking on the documents, people downloading the documents, people coming in to view it, some people more than once. And we have all those statistics as part of doing this online platform. We have that information to actually show the activity that happened, even though I don't have that specific comment that says, oh yeah, that was a great document, I have no comments. We kind of saw that through that activity on the website. So with that, I have put forward a recommendation that first reading of Bylaw 24-007 be read for a first time, and with the public hearing to be held at the first meeting in April. And at that time, I will go into the specific comments and details from the adjacent municipalities and how they've been blended into the land use bylaw. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Hillary. I would reciprocate the appreciation. Thank you to you and Steve for undertaking this. We appreciate the magnitude of this, a very large, sizable, and very important document. I think the workshops that council participated in were helpful for council to get an understanding of the document itself, but then also the proposed changes. I think overall, very positive discussion around streamlining the process, updating, and really I think a lot of what we're seeing as far as changes are very much positive for our ratepayers, for our residents. So just a big thank you from council for undertaking this for us.
Okay.
I would open it up to council. Do you have any questions for Hillary at this time? Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so Hillary, just to go back to solar and wind energy.
Mm-hmm.
Given the government has now lifted their moratorium and put in some different things, do we need to recognize that in there, or do you just have to follow that as part of their new regulations, or how would that work?
Thank you, Councillor Hickey, through the chair. That is an excellent question. As I mentioned this morning, they have lifted the moratorium, but they haven't really provided a lot of actual written text as to what their opportunities are for municipalities. I don't see how this is going to change the county's particular trajectory in terms of how we are dealing with solar and wind projects to date. Once we have more information, like some provincial policy in place, we'll do a review to see if it aligned, if there needs to be any changes. But I anticipate that what we've put in here will hopefully work very well with what the AUC is proposing in terms of working more with municipalities on solar and wind projects.
John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just sort of a bit of a follow-up on that then. If when the information and legislations do come down from the province, if there is a significant misalignment between our bylaws and the new regulations from the province, is it a cumbersome task for us to do the revisions again, or is this something that can be done fairly quickly and fast?
Thank you, Councillor Kurbis, through the chair. I don't believe that it would be cumbersome. It would just be an amendment process, so it would be done fairly expediently, and we could just bring that forward to County Council for consideration once again. But I think we've been general enough that we can work with them, and just from what I've heard, there, like I said, I don't think we're too offline.
Anything else from council? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation that County Council give first reading to bylaw 24-007.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation that County Council give first reading to bylaw 24-007, Lethbridge County Land Use Bylaw. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Hillary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
With that, I believe that takes us to the end of the public portion of our meeting. We have, with the amended agenda, we have 3 items before us: conference remuneration, CPO program discussion, and a CAO update. If there's nothing further, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Mark?
Move that we enter closed session.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved to enter a closed session. resume our public meeting at 1:33 this afternoon. We have a couple of motions coming out of a closed session regarding Exhibition Park. Lauren.
Thank you. I would make a motion to appoint Colbeck and Jennifer Place as county representatives on the Lethbridge, is it? Okay, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Board.
Do you need your titles too?
Yeah, if we could include the titles.
Okay. Colbeck, CAO, and Jennifer Place, Director of Financial Services? Corporate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did your name change?
Good with that, Candace? Okay, any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And a second motion regarding counselor reimbursement. Mark?
I'd like to move that we approve the expense claim for Councillor Kurbis for his attendance at the Community Futures Pan West Conference.
Thank you. Any discussion? Not, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, John, for attending. Appreciate it. Anything else? Oh!
Before we, can I? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point of clarity for those listening, I just wanted to add that the motion of support for the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Board was previously passed. It was just a recommendation from our insurer to capture the exact names, as the last resolution did not have the names of the county representatives. So this is a resolution to support essentially that ask.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarity. Eric?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn at 1:35. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Oh, that's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Candace.